call this meeting to order. It's the regular City Council meeting of January 13th, 2020. The time is 7:30 p.m. Will the clerk please take roll call?
Councilman Bliss?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Clark? Councilman Corbett?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grafstein? Here. Councilor Rohrbach? Here. Councilman Soltis?
Here.
Mayor Harwell?
I'm here. Ms. Clark asked to be excused tonight for some personal reasons. Is there a motion from council to excuse her from tonight's evening?
Your Honor,
Meeting? Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to exclude Councilwoman Clark from tonight's meeting.
Thank you. Is there support?
Your Honor.
Yes.
Support.
Motion was made and seconded to excuse Councilwoman Clark from tonight's meeting. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion carries. All right, would you please rise if you're able for an invocation to be led by Mayor Pro Tem Grafstein and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Tonight, I am not going to do an invocation. I'm going to ask for a moment of silence for the lives that were lost when a Ukrainian plane was shot down last week. Thank you.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Approval of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions tonight? All right. Hearing none, we could begin the regular part of our agenda. Before, I'd like to make a statement on behalf of City Council and the administration. This is the first regular City Council meeting since the electroplating, the EPS incident off of I-696 that came to the media's attention on December 20th, which has been commonly referred to as the green ooze. The images of the frozen groundwater contaminated with chromium hexavalent were disturbing and shocking to all of us and required immediate action from all levels of government to protect the public health. This is why City Manager Melissa Marsh and I hosted a meeting on Christmas Eve with stakeholders from every level of government. That meeting got the attention of the federal government, the governor, the attorney general, and our local colleagues in the state and county legislatures. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Rosalind Grafstein and the members of City Council who have provided sober analysis of the situation, responding to public inquiries and media inquiries in a very professional manner that emphasized facts and science above fear and cynicism. And I really appreciate how the Mayor Pro Tem and City Council took the baton of coordinating the necessary intergovernmental response to this incident. It's very important that the residents of the city of Madison Heights understand that the water, the drinking water, is clean. First, I'd like to remind everyone that all residents and all businesses in the city of Madison Heights get their water from a source called the Great Lakes Water Authority, commonly referred to as GLEWA. GLEWA has conducted numerous tests above and beyond the required testing standards. Representatives from GLEWA regularly attend update meetings regarding this situation. They've been in close communication with the EPA and have assured us at the City of Madison Heights that this incident has not affected drinking water. In fact, all of us on City Council, we drink the tap water ourselves. Second, city staff are making this the top priority in the City of Madison Heights to make sure that this site is completely remediated. And we are advocating for this issue to be the forefront, not just on the city's agenda, but for state and federal reforms as well. Generally speaking, the inspection of locations that handle hazardous waste falls under the State Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy, often called EGLE, as formerly the MDEQ. The state regulators have the environmental expertise. In addition, the fire department, led by our fire chief, conducts fire inspections of various facilities throughout the city. And back in 2016, the fire department reviewed their inspection procedures for businesses that store hazardous waste. There happened to be 18 of those businesses in the city. And as such, EPS, the site on 10 Mile, was inspected by the Madison Heights Fire Department in 2016. Upon inspection, the fire department immediately contacted the MDEQ, which is now called Eagle. This case was then referred to the Environmental Protection Agency, the federal team. The EPA has the task of removal, transport, and disposal of the 5,000 barrels of uncontrolled hazardous waste. The EPA also handled the necessary response actions to address the threatened release of hazardous substances, pollutants, and contaminants that may have posed an imminent danger to public health or environment. And the EPA and the MDEQ, now called the Eagle, maintain ongoing coordination regarding further investigation at this site. And I and the city manager have confidence that the current city officials, EPA officials, and state officials are looking into this situation. Madison Heights remains our first priority. And based on everything we currently know, we are advocating for the complete remediation and cleanup of this site in Madison Heights. Our second priority as a city is to advocate and support reforms at the state and federal level by amending laws and regulations and increasing the funding at the state and federal levels to protect the city of Madison Heights and other cities in a similar situation. This upcoming Wednesday, the city manager, several members of staff, and city council will be testifying at a state appropriations committee hearing in Lansing. In addition, the city is working with Eagle, EPA, and DHSS to set up a public briefing the first week of February. This public briefing will be held at Madison High School on 11 Mile, which has been offered by the school district to use their auditorium, and more details will be provided on the date and time of that public briefing. We appreciate and understand all of the concerns and the comments that we're receiving from the public and other business owners and families who are worried about this. And I, and City Council, the city manager, and the staff will continue to provide updated information that states the facts of what happened, that state the specific plans of what will happen, and offers any advice on what could have happened differently. And with that, we can continue the next part of the agenda. We don't have any public hearings tonight, so we can go to meeting open to the public. This is the opportunity for anyone to address City Council on any subject. The meeting is open to the public at this time. If you'd like to comment to City Council on any subject, please do so at the microphone in the middle of the room. It'd be helpful if you can give your name, address, and any affiliation you may have, but the meeting's open to the public. Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Eddie Kapusinski. I am the newly elected City Councilman in Warren District 5. I am obviously here based upon the residents' concerns in the city of Warren, since we are the bordering city here to Madison Heights. I have gotten inundated within this entire week, probably right after Christmas, with calls from the Green New Warren, from the South Warren Community Forum. We have a population of environmentalists and those concerned about our environment and conservationists in the city of Warren, especially in the South End. So they are greatly concerned about any contamination that might go into the city of Warren. We understand that one of the drains that go from 696 goes into the Bear Creek. We are dealing with our own situations with fuel spills and that kind of thing that go into Shaner and 14 Mile Road area. I was provided with information from this organization, and I read through it, and seeing the reports that I have seen in the media, you know, I wanted to come to the City of Madison Heights. We wanted to express our concerns. As their duly elected representative, I wanted to come and hear what the council had to say on this, sir, and what the city had to say on this. I will be going to every one of our facilities that might still use any one of these products tomorrow and making sure that they are in compliance. I am hesitant, maybe some of you are hesitant, to fully put your full confidence in the state of Michigan, especially after the debacle that happened in Flint. That's where my concern lies. I don't know if we're being entirely told everything. So I want to do my due diligence as a councilman and not leave any stone unturned in the city of Warren. What the greatest concern is, and the question that I'm constantly asked by the residents is, how did this go for so long, since 2016 up until now, without being undetected or enforced? Or I understand that we're claiming up's done, but the residents have basically bit my ear off, and I've heard plenty. You probably all have heard plenty too from your residents, and their concerns are justified, especially after what happened in Flint. So I just wanted to come and visit your council, and our council secretary sent to your council secretary, which I found out today, this evening, that you don't have a council secretary, to get whatever information you might have and have this free exchange between your council and our council to keep us equally informed. And if we can get an answer on that request, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman, and congratulations on your election. And it's my pledge that you'll be invited to any meetings that we have of the elected stakeholders. So thank you for introducing yourself tonight.
Thank you.
The meeting is still open to the public. Would anyone like to speak? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is David Svetter, and I've heard about this situation with the ooze, as they call it, and what took so long, really? And has there been other incidents prior to this? What kind of inspection program did you have with the fire departments, either during 2016 until now, or prior to that? And were there budget cuts when it came to those types of inspections? From what I understand, the EPA was notified in 2016 by the fire marshal from the Madison Heights Fire Departments. And why wasn't it followed up on? Who dropped the ball? Because somebody dropped the ball. It's 4 years later, and I'd like to find out. I just moved into Madison Heights. It seems like a really great community. I'd like to stay here, but definitely worried about it. And I'm worried about my drinking water in the home that I'm in. And I also would like to find out how to go about and test that as well.
Great. If you don't have a well, your drinking water is clean. The drinking water from Gliwa is clean. This has not entered the drinking water. It's in the ground, but it's not in the drinking water, which is provided from Gliwa. So that's an important distinction. But you raised some really important questions about different policies and really investigating why the EPA and the state declined to remediate. Those are really important questions.
Well, it's not just the state and it's not just the federal government. It's the local business and it's local government as well. I mean, basically, was it followed up with other inspections through the fire departments? Or was the ball just passed?
Oh, yeah. We have been engaged with them in litigation. They actually, trial started today because the owners refused to cooperate with us. But since the minute the city was aware of this, we have been fighting them. And remarkably, the owner is pushing back on us. But
Is
yeah,
that since 2016 then?
oh, yeah, yes, yeah. Yes.
But
The answer
like I
is
said, there's other important questions. I mean, were there budget cuts with the fire department where this may have been caught sooner? I mean, I definitely have those questions, because I'm concerned. As far as the recent millage with the fire department, congratulations. And I thought it was great because it was proactive, and I'd like to see the city being proactive, both fire and police. And that's why I'm here. That's why I moved from up north to over here, because the city was a nice city, had really good services.
Thank you, David. Would anyone else like to speak? The meeting is still open to the public. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Messner. I live on Howard Avenue. I'm here for the same reason everyone seems to be here for. I have a lot of the same questions and comments about it. Luckily, I don't own a home in Madison Heights. And I say that, and I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. But I'd be really upset if I owned a property, because I'd be really worried about. So I'm 7 months into my lease, so I'm out of here in August. I'm gone. Yeah. If I had just bought a home and I had planned to be here for 30 years, I'd be very concerned. The same reason why no one in Flint can sell their homes and they're stuck there, I'd be very concerned if I owned a property in Madison Heights. Considering what has happened, the fact that it's been so long, it's been so many years, that this inspection was originally, it came about and everything like that, but it's been 4 years. Has the fire marshal not returned? Can you guys not comment because it's a court, like a case proceeding, is that's what's happening? Or do we ask questions and then you guys don't answer? I'm just unfamiliar with this, because I see a lot of questions and I don't hear a lot of answers. Can you not answer because it's a court proceeding right now?
Yeah, we can't get into the anticipated
Okay.
testimony because it's only day one of a multi-day
Okay,
trial.
so-
However,
Yes.
the city has aggressively fined and punished, and so far has condemned this building as dangerous and unsafe, pulling the business license, locking the door, and alerting the bigger governments who have the resources to do the cleanup. The city has had eyes on this ever since.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when Eagle...
We revoked access to the site
You were
and the
revoked to
ability
see-
to
yeah.
operate a business there. Remember, city is a limited form of government. We issue business licenses, and we can perform inspections based on those business licenses to ensure the public safety. And that has always been the city's priority, public safety. And so our inspectors said, this is dangerous, it's unsafe for the public to enter this site, for employees to enter this site. So since day one of that inspection, the city has put the brakes on a business operating there.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the state and federal regulators who have the ability to activate funding said that it didn't qualify for the big-time funding to do the remediation.
Yeah.
The state and federal governments agreed that it qualified for simply cleaning up like the surface level materials, get rid of the 5,000 barrels of garbage and contaminated waste. But the state and federal regulators said it doesn't qualify for going underground. And that's what the city's position has been all along, is not only do you have to remove the buildings and the materials inside the buildings, but you got to dig all the way to the center of the earth if you have to.
Right,
And so
yeah. I had read that when the EPA left, they had told Eagle that there was still more cleanup that needed to be done, and that Eagle didn't have enough funding for it. So there's no backup on your guys' level for further cleanup if the state doesn't cover it? So there's no, like, city funding for it?
There's no law that would authorize to do it, but the city is doing a full court press on every law that we can use to try to clean this up. And so, like I said, the city has limited authority, and that authority is over the building. And so that's what the trial was today. The trial that has been ongoing for years. It actually, the testimony part started today, is simply for us to tear the building down. This man won't even let the city demolish the building.
Well, yeah, he had a lot to hide, so I could see why he
but
thought
yeah.
that. But, so you guys, on our questions, I just want to make sure that I'm like making it perfectly clear,
fine,
just so that
Jessica.
I know.
Thank you.
You guys could only take it a step further, but, I mean, why wouldn't, I don't know, I'd be really concerned if I knew this was going on and that I was stopped because of my power, like, is that's something you guys couldn't have gone to the press about to try to get funding for it? You couldn't have, like, sent any notices or anything like that?
We were told to get in line. There
You're,
are
okay.
7,000 sites in the state of Michigan, and we're number 7,000. But
Okay.
thanks to the
So-
media attention
yeah.
and your concern, it's caught the attention of the governor.
Where it needs
So even though we may not be the most polluted site in Michigan, we're getting the most press.
Okay.
And so, although we may not be the most polluted site, it has definitely caught the attention of the powerful leaders with the money and the purse strings, right? And so your presence here tonight and, you sharing this story with your friends and family and calling your state legislators, especially the state representative who understands this, that's really the conversation that we share with you. We share your voice and confusion and outrage and demand for action,
Yeah.
but it's going to be at the cost of millions of dollars at the state or federal pocketbook.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't understand why that would be a question for our government
Right.
on, cleaning something like that up. It shouldn't be like, it's going to cost us a lot of money, like just, clean it. So
And that's
that's
the
not
thing.
you, I get that.
It's the most important issue in our lives. It's not the most
Yeah.
important issue in the opinion of the state of Michigan or the federal government. So it'll be our job to raise the
Yeah.
heat, if you will,
Yeah.
that it is, because it's important to us, it should be important to them.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's the reality
And,
of this situation.
I know you say that the drinking water is clean and that it's fine, and I know it comes from a different source, but I just want to add that the people of Flint were told that their water was safe for a really long time when it wasn't safe.
It's fair to be skeptical, and,
Yeah.
and like the councilman said, we, at the local level, need to ask every question every way possible,
Yeah.
host public meetings, and just report as much as we can.
Okay.
You and the councilman are right.
I appreciate it. And I was in District 5. That's where I moved from. That's nice to meet you.
Thank you,
You lost
Jessica.
me. Bye.
Thanks for allowing me to speak to you.
Well, I didn't plan on getting up here, but
That's fine. What's your name,
I
please?
hate talking in front of people, so this is a big deal. Robin Cervetter, I'm on Edward Avenue in Madison
Robin.
Heights.
Welcome.
Thanks. Hi, guys. So, yeah, the whole Flint thing. We lived in Fenton prior to living up north. We lived in Fenton when the whole water debacle was going on up there, and I had the crazy idea of going back to school at 48, and I went to Mott. So I know a little bit about that. I mean, we were told, the water's fine. Snyder told everybody the water's fine. Obama came in and drank a glass of tap water, and we're supposed to be like, oh, it's great. So then they realized, okay, no, the water's not fine, but we'll make like a little drinking section for you guys, and this water's fine. So we had a drinking station, and that was supposed to be clean water. It's all good. Well, like months went by, and then they realized, and these poor kids, I mean, I'm 48, not that that's a long life, but, I'm like, it's bad enough if we're doing it, but like kids, there's these young kids going to college drinking this water. They're lining up for this water, and then it's not okay. Our professor told us one night, you guys, I was informed that the water's not okay. Stop drinking it today. So that's why, I mean, I'm like nodding my head, like, yeah, like when she's talking, like, oh, we've heard about Flint. You brought up Flint. Everybody's bringing up Flint. I mean, I lived there. I know what it's like to sit, for someone to look you right in the face. The water's fine. You're okay. I want to believe you guys, but I can't, I've been down that road. So like, what can we do, a physical way to show the citizens here that, see, like, it's okay, some kind of like, I don't know what.
It is, I think, the most impactful way
Yeah.
to give the public confidence is to have the state and federal regulators publish every test that they've performed. And not only at this site,
Yeah.
but downstream in South Warren, further downstream through Macomb County, and north and south. The state says it has, traveled northeast through the ground, so they'd be interested to see how far in the groundwater it's gone. So not only understand the extent of how far it's spread in the past, but to also insist on continued testing going forward for days, months, years, in a very systematic method. I think the best way to give the public confidence is with facts and science.
Right.
And the state and the federal regulators should be the ones. They're doing this now. And actually, testing has, every day it's another story, right?
Yeah,
They
exactly.
find that this owner had property up in the Thumb. They found that this owner had property in Detroit, right?
Right.
And what you can see, if you get past the alarming nature of those headlines, you can see that those state and federal regulators are performing tests. And that'll be important for you and for me
Right.
to keep those regulators in our town. Hey, don't go away. Don't pack up shop. Continue to test. Continue to give us information.
Right.
Like you said, don't just rely on their initial assessment. We need additional work.
Right. I mean, and I would buy a test, but, I don't know how reliable. I don't know which ones are good, which ones aren't. I mean, I would test my own water,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
Because like all responsible science, it's
Yeah.
not definitive unless it's been tried and true, right? I mean, and
Right.
one test is not good enough,
Yeah.
right? It's indefinite amount of tests.
Exactly.
And the mayor of Madison Heights doesn't perform those tests. The
You
police and
don't?
fire department don't perform those tests.
Right.
But the state and federal government does. And
Yeah.
I promise you, with the assertive nature of our city council, we have a very outgoing city council who's on the phone every day or face-to-face with those leaders.
Yeah.
We're going to Lansing this week.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to impress upon how frightening and alarming this could be, and that
Right.
the state needs to invest in this.
Exactly.
But yeah, how can you give confidence to the public? It's with science, and it's with testing, and it's with not just demonstrating that the government's doing something, but also that it's being reported clearly. And so unfortunately, the news agencies are businesses, so sometimes they'll sell
I understand. My ex was in news. He worked in news for a long time.
They'll
so I
sell
know
the
exactly
scary
what it's like.
picture.
I know. I know how it is. Yep.
But my promise to you is that the city of Madison Heights will continue to shed light on what the state and federal government does. And that the city government will press every lever in the law that we have and use any funding that we can.
Right.
But we are a limited form of government. We will do the best we can.
I just wish there was a physical way, because like I said, I want to believe you guys, but I've been told that before, and that was just heartbreaking. Like, all these people drinking it, you see these lines every single day.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a little station, and then to have them told, sorry, like probably 4 to 5 months later, it's not okay. That's just,
We would never accept
Yeah.
just a bread line or a water line.
Right.
We will demand a cleanup.
right.
And
Well,
that's
that
what-
wasn't even safe. The bread line would have been, I guess, all right, but the bread line wasn't safe. You know what I mean? We were told later, the
Right.
professor saying, it's not, you guys need to quit today. Stop drinking it. It's bad.
The best resolution
Yeah.
is a full remediation, and that means the underground dig out.
Right.
That is the best solution for the cleanup. But that's not the end of it. I mean, you have to continue testing
Right.
region-wide.
I mean, I'm mad as hell. I know you guys are. I hope Gary Sayers is locked up for life. He should not be ever allowed out. This is ridiculous what he did, honestly.
It's shocking.
Yeah, it is. Well, thanks, you guys. I appreciate it.
I appreciate your comments, Rob. Welcome.
Hi, Joanne Staba, 113 West Dallas. I live within like a quarter to half a mile of, we now call it Slimer instead of the green ooze. I've lived here 57 and a half years. You guys don't have to worry about the water. If I haven't turned green and fell all over, then I think we're pretty good right now. And you guys all know that I don't take no crap from nobody. So if I have something to say, I'll say it to you. But so far, you guys have done really good.
Thanks, Joanne. Good evening, ma'am. Your name?
Hello, I'm Dawn Griggs, and I live on Jerry in Madison Heights. My question to you is, who dropped the ball when they didn't test the soil underneath the original dig? They got $2 million to clean this site up, and they didn't do a good job. Why? And who's going to follow up to make sure that it gets cleaned up right this time? And another thing, there's so many cases of cancer in our little city, that this is just another incidence that people can get infected with cancer. I am one of a cancer survivor. I'm very concerned about this. So that's what I want to address with you. Why did the ball get dropped, and why did they not test the soil in the first place? Thank you.
Excellent questions. Would anyone else like to address City Council? The meeting is still open to the public. We generally don't allow follow-ups unless everyone else is finished, Mr. Councilman. Just hold on, Eddie. Would anyone else like to speak for a first time before I allow the Warren Councilman to conclude?
About the water, though.
It can be any subject. If you want to
Thank you.
talk about flowers or...
Okay, Pat Shields, a longtime resident of Madison Heights.
Welcome back, Pat.
I do understand that we're going to have a second reading on the ordinance violation for adult marijuana. And I just had a couple questions that I would like the City Council to answer. And the one is item 3A. It does say that if the person is less than 18 years of age, the fine will be X dollars, and they would have to go to drug education and counseling. I'd like to know whether the City of Madison Heights is set up to do this, and if so, who's paying the bill for this? And the next one is in item 4, that there is going to be, if they are found to continuously violate the law in a habitual way, willfully, and for a commercial purpose, of the violation involve violence, if the violation involved violence. Again, who is going to have the judgment on these individuals, whether or not it's a habitual thing that they're doing, whether or not they're willfully doing it? Is it the police department? Is it the judge? Is it who? Who is going to bring this to the attention or suit so that we know the people that are violating the marijuana laws are properly being punished?
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Pat. Did you have another question? Did I miss it?
I'm sorry.
Did you have a third? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. City Attorney, would you like to respond?
Yes, the ordinance amendment that's on the agenda tonight mirrors the state law. And the answer to your first question about who pays for drug treatment,
Right.
that's the defendant who has committed the act. They pay for all drug treatment and counseling. It's not paid for by the taxpayers. And the court determines what the conditions of any probation are imposed on the defendant. So it's sorted out on a case-by-case basis, but it's part and parcel of what the state legislature did in decriminalizing marijuana, and it changes the penalties, and we're actually preempted by state law. We can't have more severe penalties than the state does. The amount of the fines and costs is determined by the court. The amount of counseling is also determined by the court.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Pat. Councilman, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you like to speak again?
No, I just wanted to add one item.
Oh.
Just for the council and the mayor, if any of you would like to attend our council meeting, likewise, we have ours tomorrow. This is going to be my agenda item under our council business, so any of you are welcome to come to our council meeting as well. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
I really appreciate you appearing tonight to be the leader of one of the largest cities in America based on population. It's remarkable that you're here, you're engaged with us, So we appreciate how you've dug in and understand the issues, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you. Would anyone else like to address City Council? The meeting is still open to the public. All right, we'll close this portion of the meeting. We can go to reports. There are 2 tonight. Agenda item D1 is from the city manager. It's a call for project awards for the boards and commissions. Mrs. Marsh, do you have a report?
Yes. On the April 19th City Council budget meeting, staff identified funds to be saved over the original budget proposal for contracted services for Oakland County equalization. At that meeting, Councilman Bliss proposed allocating this money, if it was still available at the end of the calendar year, to quality of life boards for special projects. These boards include the Arts Board, the Environmental Citizens Committee, the Library Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Board, and the Active Adult Center. It has been determined that we have $9,134 available to award to these projects. Each one of these boards were presented with the option to submit calls for grants, and the following grants have been submitted and are being recommended to council. $1,500 to the Environmental Citizens Committee for an Arbor Day celebration and tree planting. The ECC has received a grant from Relief requiring a $1,500 match. In addition, C4H, a local nonprofit, has pledged an additional $1,500 for this project. Funds will be used to plant as many trees as funding allows on April the 25th, that's a Saturday, starting on Moulin Street, which many of you may be familiar with, the street that lost the majority of its trees, actually all of its trees. $2,475 to the Library Advisory Board for 5 hotspots and 5 Android tablets to be checked out by patrons, so that's something you could go there with your library card, check those out, and take those home. $2,285 for the Library Advisory Board and Parks and Recreation Board for a joint project to host a movie in the park that would be paired with a book that would be provided to the attendees. $2,000 to the Arts Board as seed money for a fundraiser for future murals in the city and other art activities, and $800 to the Arts Board and the Parks and Recreation Board for a joint project to paint interactive art on play areas and walking paths featuring a park a month and also supporting simple and no-cost to low-cost events throughout the parks. These projects total $9,060, and if City Council agrees with this recommendation, 2 motions would actually be required. The first would be a motion to concur with the staff recommendation for board projects funding a total not to exceed $9,060, and the second would take a 5-vote supermajority to do a budget amendment to fund 101, 248, 8800 community promotions to fund these projects.
Thank you, Mrs. Marsh. Regarding the first matter, what's the wish of City Council?
Your Honor,
Mr. Bliss.
I move that we award and I guess adopt the staff recommendation of the call for projects with an amount not to exceed $9,134 that was deemed available to award to the projects.
Is that the right dollar figure? I had a different dollar figure.
There are two in here, so
Yeah, the total projects equal $9,060, but there's $9,134 that was available. I just didn't have a project for the extra.
Okay.
Yeah, so I selected the higher number up to just to make sure that there's some wiggle room if we can plant one more tree or something.
Nicely crafted. Thank you, Mr. Bliss. Is there support for his motion?
Your Honor.
Mr. Mayor. Ms. Grafstein?
Support.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the staff recommendation for board project funding for a total amount not to exceed $9,134. To begin discussion, I really want to commend Councilman Mark Bliss for proposing this idea and seeing and helping staff craft a plan. And this is an amazing outcome. And it shows, Mr. Bliss, Mark, it just shows how important and valuable you are at budget time, finding those kernels of opportunity. The city spends over $50 million a year, and every year Mark is able to find really clever ways to maximize the taxpayers' investment in our city. So this is truly value added for your role on our city and for taxpayers getting the most out of the city. So thank you, Mark. I just wanted to add that personal praise of you. Other discussion?
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the kind words. It's nice to see some small budget savings. I mean, really, really small. I think part of it was the proposal, some of it was office supply overages and increases, and it was really neat to see this get sent to all of our quality of life boards. As many of the longtime residents know, quality of life in our city has been tough to invest in throughout the years. The priority always has to be public safety, and so some of these areas haven't, I mean, to see a $1,500 line item to be able to plant some trees, that matters. To be able to invest in technology for our library, should it be a lot more? Absolutely. But is it something that we were able to do out of money that we were able to cut from the budget? It was great to see, mostly because the people who recommended these items were our residents themselves on the boards. So all of these came from rankings specifically from the residents serving on these quality of life boards. I was fortunate enough to participate in the discussions in the Arts Board, the Library Board, and the Parks and Rec Board, and those were really interesting, informative discussions, hearing residents say, if we have $1,000, what would we do with it? How would it make the most impact for the city? And we were able to actually turn this $9,000 into considerably more because we've got the matching grant for the tree planting. So that $1,500, I believe, is closer to $4,000, right?
It's actually closer to almost $9,000 now.
Closer to $9,000 now. So because we had this available, that is now $9,000 worth of trees planted for a budget number of $1,500 that was going to get eaten up in other places. And so that's really cool. And the Arts Board seed money for the fundraisers that they're already doing will help take that $2,000 and turn it into around $7,000 or $8,000 based on the program that they're running. And so I'm really proud of it. I appreciate both the council for agreeing in that budget session, taking time out of an otherwise long meeting to discuss the merits of this. And I also appreciate staff really digging into this, making it a priority. Honestly, $9,000 in the multi-million-dollar budget that we discuss, it isn't a lot of money, and it's easy to overlook it, whether it's us on council or members of staff. But what we were able to do with that $9,000 will make a big impact in this community, not just this year, but going forward. And so I'm really proud of it, and I thank everybody who helped. Especially the board members who gave their input and made sure that this was as successful as I see that it is. One question that I do have, though, I see two areas where it's slightly different in my write-up from what it was voted on. The library technology, I don't remember hotspots being included in the discussion. It was more tablets and headphones. So I don't know where that morphed from the vote from the library board, but it's not really relevant to the motion. I just want to have an understanding of it. That could be in a staff follow-up email. Just make sure that it goes to the library advisory board before we implement. And then on the Parks and Rec Board, the number one recommendation was actually the sand volleyball court. I understand that we've tabled that as it relates to the master planning process, but I would like a email to go out to the Parks and Rec Board letting them know that their number one choice of the sand volleyball court in Rosie's Park is something that we'll be working on as a part of the master plan process, but is not included in this. So that's it, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Is there other council discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Corbett.
Just congratulations to Mr. Bliss for originating the idea. There was some real exciting conversation at the commission and board level. A lot of interest in that. Kind of an idea exactly as he said. If you've got a few extra dollars, what would you do with it? So it was a fun set of discussions. It flushed out some great ideas. And I think it was one of those things that got everybody involved. The newbie and the old person on the various boards have been there a while, so they all got to contribute some ideas. So good job. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great job. Other council discussion?
Your Honor,
Yes, please.
I just want to quote Benjamin Franklin, "Watch the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves." So this tree program is the perfect example. Councilman Bliss found some pennies, and we were able to change it from pennies into real dollars. So good job. That was great. And one of the things that I like about this, in one sense, $9,000 to me personally, that's a lot of money. I think most of us would say that. That's a lot of money to me personally. $9,000 on a $55 million budget isn't so much. So what can we do with it? And there's not a whole lot we can do. Can we go hire a firefighter? Can we go get a fire truck? What can we do with it? But we as a group, us on council, and then going back to our boards and commission, we as a group were able to take this $9,000 and come up with how many different programs of things that we want to do. And now we've changed it, and we've morphed that. So it's a one-time thing. Hopefully, we're having our strategic plan budget meeting, whatever that's called, on Wednesday. Hopefully, we'll find some more money, and we can do something else with it. And if we don't, that's okay, because we did it. It's a one-time thing. I'm super excited that we're going to get these trees, and it would be great if we could find something and do trees again next year, and maybe we'll do something else. Maybe we will find enough money that we can take that money and we can do playground equipment. We can somehow have that as the seed that will grow. So thank you, Mr. Bliss, for that, and thank you, everybody in our boards and commissions who picked these programs, who went out there and said, what do we need and how can we do this?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, the easiest part of our job is to see a problem and complain about it. The hardest part, and it really shows a sophistication of leadership, is to see a problem, to know what the solution is, and to see that it's implemented. So well done. As the councilman from Warren will realize, sometimes these smaller budget details are the most impactful to our residents. So I can only imagine the extra decimal points in your budget. But you'll come to appreciate, although it's hundreds of millions of dollars, you're fighting over the table scraps, which can be so meaningful. So thank you again. Other discussion from council on this subject? All right, let's vote. This is just the first matter regarding the dollar amount. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion carries. All right, there is a second portion to this issue requiring the supermajority vote to amend the budget. What's the wish of City Council? Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Corbett, I think?
Okay. I move that the council approve the recommended budget amendment to establish the fund balance, to move the fund balance to 101-248-8800-000, which is the community promotion category.
Very well. Is there support?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bliss?
Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion on this budget amendment? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion carries 6-0. All right, we can continue on. We have another report. It's agenda item D2. It's from the city manager. It's regarding the interlocal agreement with Oakland County for arraignment-only attorneys. Mrs. Marsh?
Yes, the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission Act requires that the city take over the delivery of indigent defense systems and comply with the MIDC established minimum standards. One of these requirements is that the system is to provide a counsel at first appearance and other critical stages. The city of Madison Heights wishes to partner with Oakland County to fulfill this requirement. The county and the city wish to memorialize their collaboration to provide indigent defense counsel to incarcerated defendants at video arraignments in the Oakland County Jail through this interlocal agreement. The interlocal agreement provides that the county will provide arraignment-only attorneys Monday through Friday to represent the city's misdemeanor and felony charged defendants in the Oakland County Jail at their video arraignments on criminal complaints and warrants, bench warrants, and probation violations. For fiscal year 2020, the interlocal agreement requires the city to pay the county 65% 50% of the funding units portion of the MIDC grant fund subcategory for reimbursing the county for providing arraignment-only attorney services at the Oakland County Jail from on or about March the 2nd, 2020 through September the 30th, 2020. The City of Madison Heights has been awarded grants from a MIDC grant fund subcategory to pay for this reimbursement. Judge Hunt and I recommend that City Council approve this interlocal agreement and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign on behalf of the city.
Thank you. What's the wish of City Council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Corbett?
Sir, I move that the council approve the interlocal agreement relative to the arrangement for arraignment-only attorneys for indigent prisoners.
Great. Thank you.
As recommended, and authorize the mayor and the city clerk to sign on behalf of the city.
Thank you. Is there support?
Your Honor,
Mrs. Grafstein?
support.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the staff recommendation to approve this interlocal agreement authorizing the mayor and city clerk to sign on behalf of the city. Is there discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion carries. The next section on the agenda are bid awards or purchases. We have two tonight. The first is regarding grant writing services. Mrs. Marsh, do you have a report?
Yes, as part of the 2020 strategic planning process, staff and council identified the need for assistance with grants, including researching and identifying potential grants, as well as writing and submitting grants for various city projects. Recently, staff developed a request for proposals for grant writing services that closed on November the 22nd. We received 4 proposals to this RFP. Based on a review of these proposals and the plan of services detailed, staff recommends City Council award a 1-year contract to be reviewed by the city attorney to Carrie Thompson. This is based on the per grant fee instead of a fixed monthly retainer. This per grant fee consists of a flat $1,000 fee for grants that are less than $50,000 and $3,000 for all other grants over $50,000. Additional fees would include a $100 per hour maximum $500 for grant research that would come off of the flat rate fee if we pursued the grant, and an additional $100 per hour for special requested work such as grant management after the grant is awarded. Funds are budgeted and available for this service.
Thank you. What's the wish of City Council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I move that the council approve the recommended grant writing services agreement. Funds are budgeted and available for the service, sir.
Thank you. Is there support?
Your Honor,
Mr. Bliss?
I second, and I will also note that it's $10,000, right? Not to exceed $10,000?
Well, the budget is for, Mayor, the budget is for $10,000, but it really depends on how many grants, so we don't want to tell him he can only write 3 grants if there's some really substantial grants out there that he can get. So it's a per grant fee, and it essentially pays for itself if we win grants. So we did budget $10,000 for that, but I plan on keeping an eye on it, because if we have, that 11th grant that's going to bring in $100,000 to Parks and Rec, I don't want to tell him, no, I can't do it because council only approved you up to $10,000. So I would just ask for some flexibility. I'm very fiscally responsible, so I will let you know.
Okay, Your Honor, I flexibly just say I second.
Very well.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would ask that the maker of the motion and support agree to make the motion contingent upon our office's review of the contract as requested by staff.
Yeah, I'd be happy to incorporate that.
Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. It was moved and seconded to adopt the recommendation to approve the grant writing services contract to Carrie Thompson, contingent on the city attorney's office review of contract language. Is there discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion carries. The next item for consideration is from the fire chief. It's the purchase of firefighter gear. Mrs. Marsh, do you have a report?
Yes, currently the fire department issues 1 set of turnout gear for each firefighter, requiring the firefighter to use an older or expired set of turnout gear, while the exposed turnout gear is taken through an advanced cleaning process. The National Fire Protection Agency requires turnout gear to be taken out of service after 10 years. This 10-year replacement is budgeted in stages, with fiscal year 2020 including including 4 sets of gear for the current firefighters and 2 sets of gear for new firefighters. The department uses Firedex Turnout gear purchased through Apollo Fire Equipment. Currently, Firedex is offering a package promotion that will include the traditional turnout gear and also add an EMS coat and EMS pants that firefighters can wear inside the fire engine clean cab at motor vehicle accidents and on emergency medical calls. Currently, personnel are required to wear turnout gear for many of these incidents, reducing the number of times that turnout gear is worn in the vehicles. The fire department is requesting to purchase 22 sets of Firedex Interceptor package gear in order to take advantage of this promotion through Apollo Fire Equipment in the amount of $68,134. This promotion will save $6,600 or approximately $300 per set of 22 sets of gear. The current budget includes the purchase of 4 sets of replacement gear, or $8,800. However, this purchase can be funded through department budget savings and will not require a budget amendment or additional use of fund balance. Staff and I recommend that City Council approve the purchase of the 22 sets of Firedex Interceptor package for a total of $68,134.
Thank you. What's the wish of City Council?
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I move that we approve the purchase of 22 sets of the Firedex Interceptor package from Apollo Fire Equipment for a total cost of $68,134.
Thank you. Is there support?
Your Honor.
Ms. Grafstein?
I support.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the purchase of firefighter gear for the total cost of $68,134 from Apollo. Is there discussion on this item?
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Since we have the chief here, can I ask you a question? So for the folks at home, can you kind of go over again what a turnout gear is?
Yeah, turnout gear is all our protective gear we use at IDLH Atmosphere. That's immediate danger, life and health. So a traditional house fire, chemical spill, gas leak, anything like that, that's where we wear our gear. So that's a coat, pants, and the hood and the helmet. But this package only includes is the coat, pants, and the hood that goes over our head.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, and the EMS gear that we're going to be able to use inside the ambulance, inside the new clean cab, and inside anyone's residence. So we're not taking contaminated gear into anyone's home, and we're not taking it into the ambulance.
So I'm sorry, the EMS gear you said?
Yeah, it's a package. So this is a trend around the United States. So this company has put a package together. When you buy gear, they'll also give you another set of turnout gear that you cannot use in a house fire, but you can use it for EMS calls, car accidents, and in the back of the ambulance, and in the back in our new clean cabs of our engines. We're able to wear that gear. Right now, no gear is permitted inside the cab of the engine. Right. So everything remains on the outside, so we're not exposed.
And then you also have the your stretchers that automatically go up now, right?
Yes.
It saves on the backs of the firemen, firewomen too.
That's correct. Yes.
All right. And I was thinking also that I was thinking more of the oxygen, but you said that's not part of this. But of course, that's on everyone's gear that when they go out. Wasn't there a few years ago back up in Lansing, they were fighting something about some of the firemen were breathing in some carcinogenic material, and wasn't there some type of law they were trying to pass to protect the firemen, or at least compensate for that?
I'm not sure of that incident you're speaking of, so I can't comment on it. I'm not sure.
That's right.
About what you're speaking of.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Other comments from City Council on this matter? All right, let's vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The motion carries. Let's see. Agenda item G1 under ordinances. We have the second reading of ordinance number 2147. It's violations for adult use marijuana. Is Mrs. Marsh, do you have a report?
Yes. Approximately 1 year ago, the Michigan Regulation of Tax and Marijuana Act initiated Law 1 of 2018 went into effect. In large part, the state law decriminalizes the possession of the use of recreational marijuana by adults in the state. Consistent with the Act, many of the state law provisions concerning the penalties and possessions of marijuana criminal offenses were also affected by the decriminalization set forth by the MRTMA. Because the city is limited by the Home Rule City Act and is preempted from enacting an ordinance that exceeds the penalties set by the MRTMA, we have prepared a proposed amendment to the Madison Heights Code of Ordinances that amends the city's criminal penalties to match the new state law penalties for corresponding marijuana violations. The proposed ordinance amendments add a new section 17167 to Chapter 17, Article 7 of the Code of Ordinances to add new penalties specific to marijuana violations. The proposed ordinance amendment mirrors state law provisions contained in the MRTMA regarding marijuana violations and makes them local ordinance violations. By enacting a local ordinance that is consistent with state law, the police department can more easily enforce the provisions of the MRTMA as local ordinance violations as opposed to state law violations, and the city will in turn receive the fines and costs associated with these violations. The police department staff and the city attorney's office respectfully recommend that council consider adopting the proposed ordinance amendment on second and final reading.
Thank you. What's the wish of City Council?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bliss.
I move that we adopt Ordinance 2147, which is the ordinance violations for adult use marijuana violations, on second reading.
Thank you, sir. Is there support?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Corbett?
Support.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt ordinance number 2147 on second reading. It's the violations of adult use marijuana. Is there discussion from City Council? Let's vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The motion carries. We can continue on the agenda. The next section would be under boards and commission appointments. Is there anything to discuss for vacancies in the applications report? No. Okay, minutes. What's the wish of council regarding the minutes?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Move that the council approve the special city council meeting minutes of 12/9/19.
Thank you, sir. Is there support?
Mr. Mayor?
Ms. Rohrbach?
Support.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the minutes as printed from the special meeting of 12/9/19. Is there discussion? All in favor? I'm sorry.
I will be abstaining from this vote.
Okay. All right. Okay. We'll recognize your abstention. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. And the abstention is recognized for Ms. Grafstein. The motion passes 5-0. What's the wish of City Council regarding the regular minutes?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Move that the regular meeting minutes of 12/9/19 also be approved as printed.
Thank you, sir. Is there support?
Your Honor.
Ms. Grafstein?
Support.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt as printed the minutes from the regular meeting of 12/9/19. Is there any discussion? Okay, let's vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries. All right, before we adjourn the meeting, City Council will go into executive session. Executive session will be to discuss pending litigation with the city attorney back in the conference room. This regular meeting will technically just be in recess. So for an indeterminate amount of time, City Council is going to leave this room to enter executive session. It could be 10 minutes, it could be 5 hours. I can't guarantee when we're coming back. But after the executive session, the City Council will return to this room to formally adjourn this regular meeting. Because of the uncertain amount of time that will be in executive session, I would like to invite City Council to make any closing comments now, just for their benefit and the public's benefit, just so the public doesn't have to physically sit around for that indeterminate amount of time that will be in executive session. So I'd invite closing comments to begin with Mr. Corbett, if you'd like.
Just a couple of quick items. I think a lot has been said on the toxic waste dump over on 10 Mile. Anything I would have to add at this point would be somewhat repetitive, but I have listened in, been a member or been a part of the updates the last several weeks from that the Michigan Eagle has been. I haven't quite gotten used to their acronym yet. And I was impressed by two things. I think their willingness to try and answer all the questions, and candidly by the push that a couple of members of our council who were present in the room, that would be Ms. Grafstein and Ms. Clark, who were physically present, I was dialing in. Really were pushing them on a lot of questions that they had been getting from residents. And I thought everybody did a good job. I thought the questioners were pushing, and I thought they were aggressive. I thought the regulators did their best to try and answer the questions. So I guess really for me, the big thing will be in a few weeks when the site assessment is completed. I really don't have a lot to say until that point because we really don't know what we don't know at this juncture. We'll stay on it. I know the staff is definitely very engaged and very involved. And so more to follow, I'm sure. Just a reminder, I have resumed office hours Fridays at the library. If anybody has any questions or complaints or whatever, come on in and see me. We're there 1 to 3 on Fridays. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bliss.
Yes, Your Honor. A couple quick things and then one that's maybe not as quick. Quick things. I wanted to thank the Madison School Board. They allowed me to come to their open meeting that they had last week and address the public there to hopefully quell some of the concerns with things like drinking water and give them some updates that we had. So I appreciate them giving me the floor for their meeting. That was very kind, and I very much appreciate that. Secondly, I was able to watch the trial unfolding on a live video today. I don't know if those in the public have. I suspect the same live feed will be going as the trial continues. It's not the most entertaining program that you can watch with your time, but it was really enlightening, and you could see some of the I guess, legal strategy that our team is employing. You could see what's happening on the other side. And so as was noted earlier, there's a lot that we can't say because that's a part of that ongoing litigation. But if you do watch it live or you read the news reports that are recapping what happened there, that will give you some answers that we can't give you live. So those are my two quick things. My longer thing, Mayor Pro Tem Grafstein had a really, really great segue earlier in the meeting, and it was Ben Franklin that you had quoted?
Oh. Okay,
so you quoted Ben Franklin. I will quote George Washington Carver, who says, "Where there is no vision, there is no hope." And so as many of you know, Councilor Rohrbach and I did a town hall on quality of life issues, and we really wanted to hear from the public and understand what they wanted as we were trying to craft this strategic plan. And we got a lot of great ideas. And honestly, we were going to kind of take our foot off the gas on it for a little while as we prioritize and focus on this cleanup. But several people who attended that meeting reached out to me, and I believe reached out to Councilor Rohrbach as well, that telling us we can't be defined by this issue. That's not who Madison Heights is. It is a short-term major obstacle that we have to get over, but we can't let it define us, and we can't let it change and chart the course for who we're going to be over the next 5 years. And so tonight, we'd like to roll out our 5-5-5 plan. And so what that is, in short, and I won't take everything, I'll let you know. But in short, what it is 5 major categories: parks, the library, programming, arts, and the environment. We're going to accomplish 5 strategic goals in each of those 5 areas over the next 5 years. And so there's many things in here. We'll make sure this gets distributed to council. We can chat about it at the strategic planning session and as a part of this entire process. But there's no dates attached other than it will be done within 5 years. And so that vision, that planning, things like the replacement or addition of 3 playscapes is included in this. The addition of relaxed indoor and outdoor seating areas in the library is in here. A splash pad is in here. And so things like that will make a significant improvement in our city. Now, there's a lot of work to be done to implement it. That's why I'm saying this is a vision. This is a strategic vision, because we are going to have to work on the financials. It's a little bit more than the $9,000 in budget savings. So it's going to be a lot of work finding public-private partnerships, grants, as you just saw us adopt a grant writer today. All of those things will make this possible. But if we don't know where we're going, we're never going to get there. And so I'm really enthusiastic to see this unfold, and I hope as each of my colleagues on council review it, please come to me and Councilor Rohrbach with questions, but I hope you'll support it as an overarching vision. We need to make significant improvements in the quality of life of our city. We may not hit everything on this plan, but I really want to try. That's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rohrbach?
I am, Councilman Bliss and I worked together to put together the town hall, and we had a significant number of people that came out and really gave us a lot of their time and their passion, and we saw where their passions lie for the city. And we saw where they love our city just as much as we do. And we saw and we heard from them the things that they want to see us do as a city. And like Mr. Bliss said, we can't let our current trouble define us forever. And we are going to fix the current trouble. And that is going to be something that is, I hope, a legacy that all of us here on council are able to say we were able to make sure that happened for our city, that we are in a better place 5 years from now than we are today. But in the meantime, we are also going to really help improve the quality of life for everybody in this city. And this strategic vision that we are putting together really helps to do that. We're looking at trees, at ways to provide more fitness activities for seniors. We're looking at a pocket park in the South End, more things that we can do, that we can create ways for people to engage with the city, that individuals can have a better way to engage with the city and to experience their city and to have an improved life overall. I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited to be able to say to those people that came to that town hall and people who have over the years come to council and to us individuals and said, we want to see these amazing things happen in our city, and we're going to be able to do that. And I'm really excited to put that forward and be able to say, like, here, let's check those off together. In addition, I'd also like to point out that in February 21st, we're having a fundraiser. The Multicultural Advisory Board is working together with it's a group called C4HMI. That's their website is C4HMI, but it's a Chinese American group that is doing fundraising. They've committed to raising $1,500 to go along with the tree planting to help us plant more trees. And it is going to be a really great event. They're hosting it at Lamphere High School on February 22nd from 5 to 9 p.m. I think it's 5 to 7. During that time frame, it is going to be an Asian food festival. We have so many beautiful Asian food restaurants here in the city, and they are going to be available, many of them, at that festival, and people can purchase food there from vendors. And then immediately following in the auditorium, there is going to be a wonderful variety show that is put on by the individuals from this community and beyond, and we're going to be raising money to plant more trees in the city. And I think it's a really beautiful thing to have brought in this group that wants to help the city, and they are invested here, and I'm really excited to see that happening. If you or anybody you know is a person ages, I guess, 0 to 18, if you're interested in participating as a performer in this variety show, the audition date has been moved to February 8th, so there is still time to sign up as an individual or as a group to perform with that in that talent show. And please reach out to myself or go to the website, the letter C, the number 4, the letter HMI.org, and you can sign up for a time to audition on February 8th. The event itself is February 25th, and please, everybody, get involved with that.
Thank you. City Attorney, Mr. Sherman.
Nothing this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager, Mrs. Marsh.
Yes, only one quick thing. I really wish the residents could see what I see in many of the employees here on a daily basis, and not because he's here, but I want to give a shout out to the Fire Chief, Greg Lolito, and our current building official, Tim Gardner, who really, since 2016 and even before, have always had this residents' best interest at heart and have really been on task with this site. So I just want to say thank you, as well as to the Deputy City Manager. I think they've done a fantastic job. I know there's a lot of questions around that, a lot of things we can't discuss because of litigation, but I do not see it as a failure of your local government, and I hope that you feel that you can trust us and you can always call us with questions. I try to be very transparent and open door, so if I'm here, I'm willing to talk to any of you. I've talked to most of you in the audience at one point or another, so feel free to stop in. We'll answer any questions the best that we can, and if we don't have the answers because we don't have environmental staff on staff at the local government, we will take those back to the EPA and EGLE. So thank you again.
Thank you. City Clerk.
March 10th is the presidential primary. Absentee applications are available. Just a reminder that it's no longer necessary to have a reason to obtain an absentee ballot, so if you're interested in voting absentee, just contact the city clerk's office for an application. I just want to give out a reminder that on this election only, you must choose what ballot you want. You have to choose either Republican, Democratic, or a ballot with no party affiliation and just the proposal only. And another reminder is, although you may be on the permanent absentee list, you still must fill out an application for every election in order to obtain a ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Welcome back, Your Honor. It's
Thank
nice
you.
to have you back.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you to my colleagues on council. The last few weeks dealing with this specific situation, none of us could have foreseen this, and I appreciate the encouragement and the support that everyone has shown, whether, and just their involvement, whether it's been the special council meeting that we had, or giving me your questions, calling in, or showing up at the EGLE updates. I think it's really important that the public knows that we all live here. Everyone on council lives here, and so many of the concerns that you have, we have as well. I think it was mentioned tonight, I think Mayor Hartwell mentioned this to the one woman, that when you're asking your questions, the more questions that you ask and the more people you contact, the more this gets put in front of the people who control the money. And, to me, this is a huge thing. I have lived this for the last 3 weeks. So many of us in the city have been living this for the last few weeks. Unfortunately, when you look at the grand scheme of things in the state and in the country, I'm hearing horror stories that are so much worse than this, and I can't believe it because I live here and this is so important to me. but by bringing it to the attention of the federal and of the state representatives, it's putting it out there, it's being the squeaky wheel, and hopefully we keep doing this and we are going to move our status and we are going to get the funding. My goal is to have everyone in the city being safe on all different levels. The last few weeks, it's become very apparent there have been concerns about what we're drinking and what we're breathing, so that's become a huge concern. And ultimately, I want this whole area gone. I want it cleaned up, and I want it gone. I want the contaminant gone. We have our neighbor from Warren here. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate that. He had mentioned to me prior to the meeting that he had sent something to our secretary of our council, which is not something that we have on council. I said, you might have sent it to the mayor. I'm not sure who you sent it to, so I've asked him to forward it on to me, and I'm going to make sure that that gets sent to the correct place. I also let him know, as Mayor Hartwell did, that when we do have our public briefing, we will be inviting Warren. When we have a date for that, we will be inviting everyone in the surrounding areas. I've been in contact with representatives in Ferndale and in Hazel Park. They share the same concerns that we do. I took some of their concerns to the update meetings as well. I just want everyone to know that whatever concern you have, I'm pretty sure we have that too. Whatever fear you have, we have that too. Whatever questions and anger that you may be feeling, we have that too. And I want to not talk about this anymore, so I'm going to stop with that part of it. But I do want to thank Council for approving the call for projects. I think it's great. Prior to being on council, I went for a walk with a friend of mine, and we went through the nature center, and we came out on Mulan, and she said to me, look down the street, what do you see? And I said, I don't know. You know what I don't see? I don't see trees. There were no trees on the street. And it's been something that I've wanted to do for that specific street as well as others, but that specific street, there were so many trees that were taken down. I think all of them. There was one tree left. So I think it's great that we're getting the funding for this. We're going to do the tree planting in April. We're going to do the tree planting. Please mark your calendars. It is April 25th. We don't have a time yet. It is a rain or shine. But we're going to be asking for volunteers to help with that. And then I'm hoping that this will spurn some more activity with it, because I know Milan's not the only street that is in need of trees. There was talk about different things at the library. One of the things that came about at the ECC meeting we had last week is they're looking to work with the library. One of the women on the group is looking to work with the library to set up a seed library, which is just what it sounds like. You go in and you say, can I have seeds for roses? And you look through and you can get that. So we're working to do that. On January 26th, it's a Sunday from 1:30 to 3. We are going to have a brainstorming session for sponsor a berm idea. The name is one of the ideas, so we're looking for new names for that. But that's basically, we've got the different berms, the different medians in the city, different areas of public land in the city where it's grass and we want to plant something. So we've got some seeds there. Edmondson had they're receiving a large number of milkweed plants that they are going to be distributing to their families, and I said to them, let me know what you have left over. I would love to take those off your hands. So what I'm looking for is people who are interested in helping with that, and looking for sponsors for that as well. It might be an individual, it might be a business who says, I don't know anything about gardening, but I would love to give you X amount of money, and perhaps we could turn that into some kind of a grant that we could use for this. That's pretty much it. Thank you, everybody, for coming to council tonight. And please, if you have questions, we all have phone numbers. We all have emails. You know, if you see us in the store, I'm sure you can stop and talk to us, because people do that to me all the time. You know, share your concerns with us, and what we can answer, we will. And if we need to get back to you with an answer, then we'll do that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Soltis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to congratulate Councilman Bliss and Councilor Rohrbach for your 5-point plan. I look forward to reading more about it. That's exciting. It's good stuff. Secondly, I know Christmas just passed, and everyone's probably paying their credit card bills and everything else, but I hope that you could look inside your heart and maybe donate to the diaper bank that we started. Now it's kind of growing into something much more because of the need. Not only is it diapers and wipes and so forth, but formula. And so that's I'm finding out. It's been a long time since I've been a dad, but I'm finding out now that formula is pretty expensive, even the powdered stuff. And then some may think that WIC covers it, but it doesn't cover the whole month's worth of formula. So that's heartache to see that happening. And so we've been getting calls, and I've been delivering out the diapers and the supplies. So if you can donate, I'd greatly appreciate it. This kind of grew out from just Madison Heights, and now we have 3 school districts. We have both in Madison schools and Lanphier involved, and now we have expanded it out to Hazel Park. So Hazel Park Schools is superintendent signed on, and so hopefully we'll get to more donations from them as well. I had the philosophy when we started this that nobody gets turned away, no matter where you live, and so that's we're keeping that going because it's important. With social media, everybody seems to hear about it from different cities, even in Warren, which I grew up in Warren, so so nobody gets turned away. And on a lighter note, I'm one of the new volunteer basketball coaches for the rec team, the 10, 11-year-olds co-ed. They picked the name Titans, and so now we're the Madison Heights Titans. So, I'll let you know when the games are, because it'd be great if everybody could come out and support this program. It's good for the kids. I got, I think we have 9 or 10 on my team. Just started practice, and so I'll let you know more about it, because it's a great program, and I just want to keep that going. So, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. The mayor and city council in Madison Heights are part-time positions. Like most cities in the state of Michigan, we have a council manager form of government where the elected officials are part-timers, and we hire a city manager and a city attorney to effectuate the day-to-day activities and administration of the city. A lot of part-time city councils, not this city, but in other part-time city councils, there's a lot of just cynicism and apathy, where those council members just show up and they rubber stamp everything the full-time employees give them, and they become cynics and just critics. They never actually engage. It's much different in the city of Madison Heights. The city of Madison Heights has a city council of problem solvers. We're not cynics. We're very proud of our city. We're residents of the city. But we come, and I know the members of council would say the exact same thing. I come to this meeting to help our full-time employees find solutions and to implement those solutions. It truly defines the City of Progress motto that gets thrown in our face all the time. But it's true, if you stop growing, you start dying. And this city council is so active in coming up with solutions. Not only does the council do a great job with the basics, right? Funding police and fire, paving the roads, but they're creative problem solvers. A lot of us in Madison Heights got a letter from DTE that apologized about a recent power outage. That would not have happened if it wasn't for this city council engaging DTE over the last few years, demanding answers to the power outage regularity in this region. It's all about relationships, and this council has built relationships over the years to get more done for its residents than just the basics. The power outage example is a perfect example. Another way that city council engaged their relationships to go above and beyond was to fight human trafficking. That's honestly what has kept me up every night for years. But this city council and the police chief, we use our relationships with other law enforcement agencies to battle these insidious criminals who use our freeways and hotels. It's from relationships, from this problem-solving group of city council members and city manager. And from that same work ethic of problem solving and leveraging our relationships in a positive and tactful manner, we will find a resolution to the pollution on 10 Mile. This city council doesn't sit in its hands. We demand answers. We're not bureaucrats. We're representatives. We're a voice of the people. And we feel just as shocked and surprised about the images and the reports we see. And I know this, I have faith in the city council, the city manager, her department heads, and every employee and contractor that works for us, that we will turn over every stone that we can reach, and that we will demand our partners in other government to do the same. And that's all because of the special people of the city of Madison Heights who elected this city council, who's ready to work every week. I especially want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Rosalind Grafstein, who I and city council trusted to be the Mayor Pro Tem in my absence. You have exhibited remarkable leadership, and that's contagious. And the other council members have taken up the baton and fought for our city and our residents day after day, whether it's this issue on 10 Mile or other issues. So you got a great city council here. Whether it's me or any of this bunch, you're in good hands. And thank you to the city manager, who works tirelessly. We only pay her for 40 hours a week, but she's working regularly over 60 hours, 70 hours a week. That's actually probably cutting her, not giving her enough credit. But Melissa, you really love this city, you love the people, and you've opened up the doors to City Hall, to the public. It hasn't been seen ever. You deliver a message that's honest, that's frank, you're always available, and I really appreciate that. And so in crises, especially like this, the public trusts you. They trust your word, they trust your actions, the actions you've taken and the actions you plan to. So you are the right leader for the city. And I know your staff has confidence. Your staff is always telling me how important you are and how relieved they are knowing that you're in charge. And City Attorney Larry Sherman, I've trusted you, ever since you helped me get through law school 15 years ago. So you are a great advisor to council. You and your brother and Nick carefully advise us on the law and our abilities. And I was in the Oakland County Circuit Court today to see the proceedings and trial. And I have the utmost confidence in your office's strategy to apply the law as strongly as possible against this bad actor. So again, I have confidence in you. I know members of council do, and the public have confidence in your ability to problem solve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
But before we officially adjourn the meeting, City Council must enter executive session to discuss pending litigation, and that would require a motion from City Council to enter executive session. What's the wish of council regarding this?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Corbett?
I move that the council recess into executive session to discuss pending litigation.
Mr. Attorney, would you like to specify the language of the motion any further?
The motion is to go into executive session under Section 8 of the Open Meetings Act to discuss the cases of Chadwell versus Madison Heights and Hanover Insurance versus Madison Heights. Mr. Mayor, roll call vote is required as well, as you know.
I'd be happy to incorporate that language, sir.
Okay, thank you for the motion, sir. Is there support? Your Honor. Mr. Soltis?
Support, please.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, as stated by the city attorney, to enter executive session to discuss pending litigation, which is exempt from Section 8 of the Open Meetings Act, specifically to discuss the litigation of Chadwell versus Madison Heights and Hanover Insurance versus Madison Heights. As the city attorney noted, it takes what vote? Supermajority?
5 votes, Your Honor.
5 votes tonight. Any discussion from city council? All right, let's vote with the roll call vote. Will the clerk please take the vote? If you agree to go to the executive session, your answer is yes or aye. If you disagree, your answer would be no.
Mayor Pro Tem Grafstein.
I abstain from this vote.
Okay, that's accepted.
Councilor Rohrbach.
Yes.
Councilman Soltis.
Aye.
Councilman Bliss.
Yes.
Councilman Corbett.
Aye.
And Mayor Hartwell.
I vote in the affirmative. Did we say it all possible ways? Okay, so that has resulted in 5 affirmative votes, 0 opposing and 1 abstention. The motion therefore carries, and City Council will now enter executive session for an indefinite amount of time. The regular meeting will be held in recess.
Indefinite. Where's our audience?
All right, welcome back. This is, we're returning from a recess. This is still the regular meeting of City Council of January 13th, 2020. The time is 11:31. We're back from recess, from the executive session. I believe there may be some action from City Council. City Attorney Sherman, would you state proposed language for any motions?
Yes, Your Honor. Appropriate motion would be to authorize the recommendation of Insurance Defense Counsel made in closed session.
Okay, thank you. What's the wish of City Council?
Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. Rohrbach?
What he said.
What he said. So moved.
So moved. Okay. Is there support for the motion?
Your Honor.
Mr. Soltis?
Support.
Is there discussion? Motion was made and was seconded to authorize the recommendation of the Insurance Defense Counsel that was discussed in the closed session. Is there discussion from City Council on this matter?
Roll call request, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Hearing no further discussion. When you vote, if you agree to accept the recommendation, your vote is yes. If you don't agree, your answer is no. Will the clerk please take the vote?
Councilor Rohrbach?
Yes.
Councilman Soltis?
Yes.
Councilman Bliss?
No.
Councilman Corbett?
No.
Mayor Harwell?
I vote yes. The matter passes 3-2. Is there any other business before City Council tonight? All right, this meeting is adjourned. Good evening.
Good evening.